second running, a 16th of a mile ago. Uncharacteristic has the best stride as they come to the wire. Uncharacteristic. Take the 74th running of the Manitoba Derby. These two, a 16th of a mile to go. Manojara is going to give Henry Witt Jr. his first Manitoba Derby.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory, and the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Anisininew, Dakota, Lakota, and Dene peoples, and the national homeland of the Red River Métis. We pay our respects to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 18 on the racing calendar. Let's take a look back at yesterday's racing action. Who is hot? Well, we only ran 5 races on the card because Mother Nature said that was enough. And the water came down in buckets. But Rashad Knights ended off the night with his second win on McLean's Bella. So he's creeping up the leaderboard. Praven Badri still on top with 18. Antonio Whitehall did have a win. So they're both at 15, him and Demario Bino. And Rashad's night with the double last night. He's at 14 on the trainer side. Jerry still at 18. Still in the penalty box. Devin Gittins at 10. Mike Taphorn, Michael Nault, and Elton Dickey all at 7 wins. Stretch, what did you see on the racetrack besides a lot of water late?
Yeah, you kind of called it. We started off with the kind of overcast sky, and it looked like we were going to make it. And we had the kind of the wet, fast kind of track early, and then the 5th became very sloppy. Then the fireworks came early, and I mean that by the lightning that rolled in. And so it was there was no choice, had to cancel. It was a little just too unsafe with a couple pretty good shots of lightning in there. One thing about the first 5 races, 3 of them went gate to wire in there. One was the price horse of $18. It was your standard 7 furlong rail speed that stole it.
Smart call, yeah. Beating the favorite.
Yeah, so just hanging on, but that was the situation. I felt like if you've ever watched the Seinfeld episode with Kramer and he's hitting the program, I might have been doing that to get that one horse home yesterday, and it was an important one to cash some tickets. A very tricky pick 4 sequence today. Kirt and I, we talked about it yesterday with Nick on In the Money podcast, which was fun to do. The track surface has changed, so we're going to have to adjust, which you kind of have to do every time you play the races. You just don't know how the track plays out, so we'll see how it goes. What are you thinking on the track surface, Kirt?
Well, I'm leaning towards wet fast. There still is a lot of water in it. They are working on the track right now, but it does look a little bit soupy. So it will dry out throughout the evening, but I can't see him getting rid of all that water, as we did have rain again in the early afternoon. So that hampered their chances of making it fast by post time.
Yeah, that's what I kind of looked out at the track too. Are ready?
All right, let's kick it off with the $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. What do you have?
All right. I think there's going to be a $3 horse in here, and not the horse that you put on top, which is fine. Why not try to beat the horse with the horse? I can totally understand why you think that. But I will talk about this horse. If somebody gets loose, this is how potentially the horse can lose, and I think that's what maybe Kirt's thinking about. But I think this horse is going to, my top selection, the 5, is going to get a good stalking trip. It lost to a good one last time in Rydam. That horse is coming up on Wednesday at a higher level. That horse could go back-to-back, wouldn't be surprised there. Any of the races from this rail splitter from last year would make this horse super tough. Your favorite, you've got the lower, it's early money right now, but I kind of think don't you think the 5 is going to go off around $3 or $3.50? What do you think?
Yeah, I do. I'm kind of surprised you're that much into it, because last year only had 1 win in 7 starts with 3 seconds and 2/3, and you hate those kind of horses. But yes, rail splitters should take advantage if there is a battle on the front end between the 2, the filly in the race, Filly Fatale, and number 3, Getcha. I'm thinking that they aren't going to battle, so that's why I went to Getcha. Last time out was sent hard to get the front end, got it rather easily, but then succumbed to being sent so hard and was beaten by Willa's Chill. That horse went from 4,000 non-winners of the year to first level allowance, optional 10,000, and absolutely blew the doors off them. That was one of the most impressive races that I've seen, going around 2 turns. And also the 3rd place finisher also came back to win. It's a boy. But if you look back at this horse, this is not a need the lead type. It's a stalker, pouncer, and that's what I really would like to see out of this. You get the top jock in Praven Badgery. Antonio Whitehall's on the 2. I don't see them sending to kill each other off. I think it's going to be a little game of cat and mouse on the front end, so it might make it hard for Rail Splitter. That's why I put Getcha on top.
Yeah, completely fair, and that's how you have to try to figure out the races. One of us is going to be right, me or you. But let's continue on. And so I do think that there's a bit of a duel, and that's why I have the 4 in second. And if Kirt calls it right, you can cross my horses out absolutely. If 2 and 3 battle, for me, it kind of sets it up for the 4. I don't know if the horse necessarily is sharp right now, but is starting to round into a bit of form. I had the 1 start. If there's a duel, could get in there, so I'm 5-4-3.
Yeah, and I ended up putting the 2, Filly Fatale, 4 third. I think she will have the lead. Getcha does the chasing, overtakes it. Rail Splitter does a late rally, but sticks around for 3rd. So I'm giving you 3, 5, and 2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 claimer. 4 3 and up maidens are going 7.5 furlongs. Scratch number 3, Rockin' Rocky. Number 1, She's Impassable, will run on first-time Lasix. Stretch, what do you think in here?
Okay, yeah, I think it's a bit of a match race, the 2 horses that we have first and second, same order. I am going with the horse that just simply runs evenly. I haven't been impressed with a big turn of foot with this horse, but I just like the 7.5 furlongs. We know the horse can go the distance, even though it was on the turf. This horse can go the 2 turns, and I think that's enough to put this horse as my top selection. I think there'll be a little bit of pace to run at, so that's just going to help the 2 that much more.
Yeah, I just think this horse gets better the farther they go. We've seen that from the 5 to the 5.5 furlongs. Now that they go 7.5, this horse gets to run an extra 2 furlongs and was coming last time out against a Nano Caro who tried to seal it on the front end. We've seen that horse get beat by a maiden allowance dropper last night, but still ran a very credible race, running second in there. So that's why it's also my top pick.
For sure. We're both on the 5. I think there's a small chance of an upset here with the 5. I think this horse might get the jump on the 2. This horse is one of the best races last year. Was it at the 7.5 furlongs, lost by a neck. I think the same kind of thing certainly can happen and certainly be right there. In fact, I had that horse that day to win it. But anyway, anything to add to the 5 or 6?
Yeah, the only thing about Salto del Lupo, that race going 7 furlongs, that was one of the slowest 7.5 furlongs. They were absolutely crawling down the lane. But Salto del Lupo off that first race definitely looked really good in there. And Shiver was a dropper that it ran second to. So I think it's just those two. And to round it out, number 6, Because I Believe. Here's another allowance dropper down to the bottom. Was at the same level, was 7,500, but 75 and 5 are pretty well the same. Cut it out on the front end, but ran into an absolute monster and plunged into the night, who absolutely destroyed the field that day. So this horse might be able to go out, maybe control some early fractions with number 1, She's Impassable. So that's why I have it with the big allowance drop to finish in the top 3.
Agree with you, both 2, 5, 6.
All right, and on to race number 3. Jackpot pick 5 time, that carryover. Just under $220,000 for this $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or 4 lifers. They're only going 5.5 furlongs. What a race this should be.
It is. Very competitive claimer race. Kicks off the pick 5. Should get to close to the $250,000. Basically, it's a matter of, I think there's a lot of speed and who can survive the battle up front. Or if one of the speed horses drops back and stalks, that could be the horse. So it'll be interesting to see what Kirt goes with, why he goes with the 3. I'm going back to the 6. I've liked this horse, but last 2 races running real good seconds. And if you take a look at the horse that we talked about, Will Is Chill, and ride him already today, and both of those horses would probably be going off around $3 in this race. And so, yes, this horse was 3 lengths back and a couple seconds, but I don't consider this horse a second-itis horse when you're losing to superior horses, at least for this level. I think you get the right trip and stalk and kind of take over on the even move on the turn.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This horse did get in a little bit of trouble, but wasn't going to beat Rydem, wasn't going to beat Will Is Chill. But I'm with Stretch, ran so huge in those races. Will be a stalker in here on the outside, but will the speed stop? That is the question mark. I went to number 3, You're on the Money. This horse broke like an absolute bullet last time out. Got the lead easily by a length and a half early. Ended up tiring very late down the lane, just before the 16th pole, and then got passed by Yola, who was the dead favorite in there, Exchequer, and Not Afraid. I just think the horse came up short, gets that start under the belt. This horse has showed the ability to battle and stay, and that's what I like. Other ones haven't shown that ability, so I'm looking at this one to be a bit of a price in here, and that's why I put it on top.
For sure, and we both have the 2 in here. This horse, a big race last time out. Yes, it's moving up in class slightly. I think it can handle it. The key for me on this one is if you look back at where this horse started in for 50,000 and then running a little bit higher, was in the claiming game. And so I just think that this horse might be able to just sit off or is just so sharp and kind of take over. So the morning line is 7 to 5. I think that's probably right. I wouldn't be betting this horse at 7 to 5, but I certainly wouldn't be leaving him out.
Yeah, he beat up on nothing last time out at way less than even money, $2.60 on the board. The horses that ran 2nd and 3rd, they came back to run 3rd and 5th in their next start. So I think it was just an easy win. This is going to be way tougher than that non-3 lifer last time out, but still did it so easy. It's got to be my top 3.
For sure, and I've got to add house limit. This horse has your back class, and again, if there's a battle up front, this one doesn't pass horses that well and hasn't used to win a lot of races and just not lately. I think the horse is in the proper class, and I just don't like to leave a horse like this out because if you look at some of those races last year would make it competitive. So I'm 6-2-5.
And I'm 3-6-2. Now we're carrying on to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-winners of 2 lifetime. They're going to go 6 furlong stretch. A lot of speed in here.
Yeah, you want a tough pick 4 sequence. We got one tonight. So the weather looks good enough that we're going to hold off. I think it's going to be a pretty good payout if you can hit it. And so if the trend has been saying over 100,000 in the pick 4 pool with this kind of sequence, I think it certainly can show up. Let's go to the 2. I liked how this horse started 2 back. Showed some speed. You look at who she ran against, a couple stakes winners and placed winners in there. Went to the lead. Last time out was certainly a little bit flat. I'm looking back at last year's races where she came just off the pace. I like how she ran last year coming off the pace. So it's just a matter of, are they going to come off the pace or try to go? Get caught in that duel, that might hurt. But it's just to determine which happy hour do you get. It depends on the happy hour time, but then anyway. But I think if this horse can sit off, certainly can be there, has the class to be around there for sure.
Yeah, the massive drop, you have to have the horse in. I went to number 6, Rose of Mooncoin. Had a good win breaking the maiden 2 outs ago, going 5 furlongs when it was just the best in the field. Went to the front end, but looking at this race, there is 2 horses that must have the front end. That's number 4, Mary Who, and number 7, Island High. And you could throw in a few others if the jockeys elect to go with it. But for sure, those 2 are going to set up the pace of the race. So Rosa Mooncoin is a horse that shows an off-the-pace running style. Wasn't winning in that running style, but speed horses were getting loose and running off with the race, so the horse wasn't able to get there, plain and simple. But I don't think that's going to happen today. I think there's going to be a hot pace, something to run at, and this horse, for me, fits the bill.
Yeah, I like your 6. I'm using it. It's just similar to the 2. Is there's some real good races that she jumps off the page, and then a couple not so good races, and that's how I found the entire field. We both have the 5. This horse won first out quite handily, maybe a weaker bunch, but didn't break that well. Then moved up, and this basically took over. If the Woodbine races move to the dirt, I think this horse certainly can be right there. Might not need the lead. Last time I think it was just much the best and just got pulled to the lead. So that's why I'm 2-5-6.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch. And that was a good tightener for the horse, making its first start of the year. I think it'll only move forward, and that's why it's also in my top 3. And I'm 6-5-2. Now we're going to carry on to race number 5, an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Well, we got the same 3, but different order.
Yeah, another good allowance optional. Again, lots of fun races and competitive races tonight like that. I don't think you're going to get any big favorites, and the ones that you do, I think, certainly can get beat. But let's go with the 7 on the outside. I think this horse has been getting a little bit better on both starts. I like the cutback from the 7 furlongs after showing speed. You look at that first race at ASD going 5.5. Made a nice even move in a pretty competitive race. I think that same kind of trip, sitting off and try to make that late move. Does worry me that the horse hasn't won in a couple years. It's only run 2 today. Has been running against some decent horses. So I think with the right trip, maybe tonight's the night.
Yeah, I just see a big lack of speed in this race. Adams Creed can offer a little, but there is one horse in here who does bring speed. That's number 3, Miss Z. Yes, it is going up the ladder. 1 for 4,000. Came back for 5,500. Was beaten by Kim's Texas Bling, who rallied late from off the pace, but there was speed in there, and Miss Z had to work for the lead and just got tired a little bit late. I think is going to get an easy opening quarter, and if that does happen, Miss Z has beaten a lot of them in here. Big shot to take it all the way.
Absolutely could have been my top selection and is moving up, but the trainer snuck a couple in because it was in for a waiver. So a great move there. Look at the back class. So is moving up, but kind of back into the same spot. We both have the 5 in here. I think this horse has only had the 1 start a little while ago, but a couple real good works in here. Can certainly sit close. Can't get too far away, especially if the 3 gets loose. And I just think those works just kind of jump out at me that I could not leave this horse out in the top 3.
Well, yeah, this is an absolute massive drop from the stake horses that were in here into this first level allowance. We've seen this several times. and with success, even if they are well beaten in that condition, dropping down to this one levels the playing field. So Adams Creed could run one of those races it did last year, and that is good enough to win it. So I'm 3, 5, and 7. Now we're going to carry on to race number 6, an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for the boys 3 and up. We're going to go 6 furlong stretch. Wow, we're both on the one.
I went back and forth on my top picks. Flip
so many times on this race.
Absolutely. It's funny how we end up on the same top 2 selections anyway.
Well, Gallinoak was a top 2 off the last race.
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. Let's talk about the 1, and if the 1 wins, I'll take the full credit on this one because I'm talking first. This horse broke really sharp last time. And Jared Brown had 2 horses in that race. Stay Happy was the other one. Stay Happy is a little more pure speed. And so as sharp as Slew's back broke, jockey obviously had to take a bit of a hold, wasn't going to battle up front with the 2 horses. Sat there, rated, and then just kind of flattened at the end of it. This time goes inside. I think that gets another race over the track. That's going to help. And so also the other note of 3 out of 4 in the off track. So breaks, gets in a nice position, takes to the off track. For me, maybe not a key, but a must use for sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure if this horse is going to battle on the front end, but the way it did break last time, Stretch, will be in a perfect position here to get the most out of it. I think needed that one start over the racetrack, as a lot of horses do when they do come from Alberta. It is 2 totally different surfaces. So I think with that one under the belt improves. We both have Gallinoak. What a great race last time out. Ran against the bias. Everything was winning wire to wire. And it was Blazing Bow and Gallinoak. They were the only 2 that rallied off the pace to get a piece of it. And they were both in the photo together. But the one thing is, Gallinoak did get a dream trip because it was at the back of the field. Stayed all the way along the rail every step of the way. Split horses late in the middle. Only lost that photo. So without the dream trip, maybe a little bit farther back, but I think the horse is starting to peak.
Absolutely. Maybe he felt he won the photo because he finished his second. So he has 10 seconds. So he's thinking, I'm supposed to finish second, so I won the photo. That's all I'm saying. I'm glad you put it in second. How things have changed over the years. You would have had this on top. You would have had a big win bet. Anyway, let's talk about the 2 horse, which could have been my top selection.
Which is probably going to go off at 4 to 5.
Absolutely. And well, at least I have it. I'm surprised that Kirt doesn't even have this horse in here. How about in your pick 4?
Nope.
Wow.
Not even in my pick 5.
Pick 5. I'm just to let everybody know out there, key the 2. But will be the favorite. This horse is off a little bit a while after an impressive race. I was just so impressed with him.
Didn't beat anything.
Yeah, but the time and the figures are
great
right
time,
there.
great figures. Didn't beat anything.
All right. Well, anyway, we'll go back to that. Has a couple very average works coming in. But you just look at all the races and the figures on this horse. I think this horse, there's no value. There's no win bet on this. I'm not as silly as Kirt. I'm leaving it in there. I'm 172, so you better find another horse to include in the 2 instead of the 2.
Well, I did.
Sell it to me.
Number 3, Replete. You got to watch the replay on this. It doesn't say that there is any trouble line. This horse was in all kinds of trouble. Was in tight. The jockey wasn't able to ride it from about the 3.5 all the way to the head of the lane multiple times, taking hold. Finally let the horse run and only got beat by 3 1/4 in the end. Is in the same condition. So I think with a smoother trip, the horse gets the jump, will be close to the pace if there is a battle, maybe be able to jump on him before Gallinoak does that late run. I'm looking at another big price horse, so I'm going to give you 1, 7, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, an allowance race. 4 fillies and mares, 3 and up. That are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. And yes, there is a non-3 lifer in here. That's Iamila. But the Manitoba bred race did not count. So is still eligible for the non-2 lifer stretch. We're both on the 1.
Yeah, yeah, I guess so. No. We got to switch it over.
That's race 6.
That's race 6.
Yeah.
They'll get it. They'll get it.
Okay. Well,
give
I'm
them
on the one.
You were talking and talking,
You're
and they
going
didn't
back
know what
to Mila.
Yeah. Anyway, here we go. I'm glad you added that about the 2. Very important information. So this horse has actually won this condition already. I will make a note or just mention that all 7 of them with the right trip and a top effort can win it.
Agree.
We have the same top 2, but nobody's going to surprise me if they win this one. Back to why I'm taking the 2. I'm not a big fan of taking a back-to-back winner or 2 to go 3 in a row, but I just felt that has beaten this field. There was some pressure with this horse last time. I think there's a little bit less pressure.
That was Olive's Candy on the inside last time.
That's true, yes.
That was up there and then surrendered the lead.
Yeah.
But I think the 7 has more speed.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's why you have the 7 there.
You betcha.
Anyway, I also thought that this horse doesn't have to have the lead. This horse is just so sharp that just got pulled to the lead.
I agree
because
with that.
if you look at the races last year, the horse has surprised me twice. Not going to surprise me the 3rd time on this one. Had to include it. The 1 could have been my top pick. I'll let you talk about the 1 for a bit.
All right, yeah, I'm Mila.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Ultra impressive in the last 2 outings. But I watched Midnight Candy Storm, watched the replay again a couple times, and if you want to see a horse fly down the lane, this one did exactly that. I think that number 7, Dynamic Strike, will bring speed to the race, coming off all those 6 furlong races, was pressing last time out with She's My Niece and Zarina in the stakes company, the Chantilly for 3-year-old fillies. If she can press those kind, dropping down to this non-2-lifer and shows that speed from the outside, she could even get the lead probably all alone. I think she could be the fastest in here. But if not, there is a pressured lead. And the way Midnight Candy Storm flew down the lane last time, I think the horse now gets a little more accustomed. And the jockey, Ronald Daly, now knows what he has underneath him. And that's what I like when they go long. They've come flying, but they beat everybody after the wire. The jockey knows, I got to move this horse earlier. I think he's figured it out. Watch this horse try and get him today.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And also just morning line 6-1. Now that you're touting it, maybe down to 4-1. The one thing to add is 2 out of 3 in the off track. I do like this horse. Easily could have been my top selection. I'll mention about the 6. This horse was outside last time. Probably outside again, then made a move up the rail and actually got the lead. And I like horses
the 16th pole
had the lead and then just got tired or came up a little bit short.
Mila rebroke.
Okay, that's fair. I had to include the horse just because I like the move and I think there's potentially some improvement. So I'm 2-1-6.
And I'm 1-2-7. Good luck with all your wagers this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's card racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race card of racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, just the lone overweight. Now turning your programs to race number 2, scratch number 3, Rockin' Rocky. Number 1, She's Impassable, will run on first time Lasix. Now turning your programs to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, the carryover just under $220,000. There are no changes. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering, just a couple overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race, also just a few overweights. Now turning your programs to race number 6. Classic High Five Wagering. We still have that carryover of just over $1,250. Now turning your programs to race number 7. Number 4, Dirty Flirt. The ownership should read Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Artisan Farms. Well, it's turned out to be a beautiful evening here in Winnipeg. Did we hike here?
I guess so.
Where did I get those legs from?
Wow, I don't know where to go with this.
That was a lot of cut and pasting.
There's a lot of cut and pasting. At least they've got the cloud cover.
Yeah, they definitely do.
They got that, yeah.
Am I a Sherpa or what's going on there?
Let's talk about the weather.
Okay, let's do that. Under mostly cloudy skies, the temperature 20 degrees Celsius or 68 degrees Fahrenheit. The wind out of the west-northwest at 30 kilometers an hour or 19 miles an hour. And the track is currently still to be determined. But the first race will go to post in 17 minutes. And welcome everybody to Assiniboia Downs. Be sure to enter your name for a chance to be our VIP Fan of the Night. Ballots are available in the lobby. If your name is picked, you're going to get the VIP treatment, including a $25 wagering voucher. You're going to get an ASD t-shirt. You're going to come up to the press box, watch me call a race, and get an autographed ball cap from myself and Stretch. You're going to go to the paddock, see the horses, and then off to the winner's circle to get a framed photo with the winning horse. And if you're new to racing, stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center, located on the main floor. Also, that's a place to open a free betting account at hbibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. And what's more, if you open a new account and bet 100, you're gonna get 100. Have a great evening of racing. And welcome down to the paddock for race number 1, kicking off the Tuesday night card racing with the $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlong stretch. Who do you like?
All right. Now the betting's kind of taking shape. I thought that the 5 was going to go off as the bigger favorite.
And I thought it would at post time also, just because it's a rail splitter.
Yeah, that's true. They seem to bet this horse quite a bit. I think the horse is in the right spot. I think if there is a battle up front, this horse is going to be tough to beat. It's a nice race last time. Lost to Ride Him, which is fine. I wasn't going to beat that horse anyway. I did like this horse last time. Was a little bit wide. I think the 2 turns are going to be fine. Yes, it doesn't win that often, but I just think just the right trip, likes the off track. Right position, just need a bit of a price.
Yeah, he's got to have to hope that the 2 and 3 battle it out in here. I don't think that's going to happen. I think the 2 goes to the lead, and the 3's going to play stalker. Last time out, hard sent out to the front, had the lead, and then was beaten by 6 in the end. But Will Is Chill came back to win a first level allowance. It's a Boy came back to win this 4,000 non-winners of the year. 4,000 non-winners of the year. You see that on Camps Bay's form. But Getcha, I don't think this horse needs the front end. It does show that it goes out there. But if you look at those races down in Delta in December of 2023, played the stalking role, sitting behind, overtaking. And that's what I would like to see this horse do. So Getcha, I think, is a big shot with the top jock, Praven Badry.
For sure. Now, if the 2 and 3 battle, then my second pick, the 4, we've got Julie on camera today. This horse can be there. If they're going to run the race that Kirt thinks, then the 4's probably not going to be there. This horse can sit just off, has 2 wins on the off track. Only ran a few times last year and only 3 times this year. That last race, yes, was only a 3-horse field, but It's a Boy ran a big race, so got to give this horse to complete the exactor. Getting 9-1, I'm not sure about the win, but certainly could get second with the right trip.
Yeah, and the 2 Filly Fatale, the lone filly tackling the boys in here. She's begging for a route of ground where her last win came when she did go wire to wire at Hastings. And it seems like the way she needs to win is on the front end. She was not going to get it last time she ran against Always the Little One, or even the previous start where Down the Street Debbie and Miss Z, those 2 battled it out with Maybella close. So Filly Fatale, she's trying the boys today, and that just might be the key for her getting the front end, and that's the only way she's going to get it done.
Well, sure. Let's take a look at the 1. Yes, there's not much form going on, but finally this horse is going to run back-to-back in the year. I think the horse is probably going to improve a little bit. Had that first start going 5.5 just to get out on the track. Now you get that second one. Is going to get the rail. Stranger things have happened.
Yeah, and does have a work in the interim to move it forward. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 1. Stretch, what do you have?
I have a $2 pick 3 wheel. Got your speed horse, my other long shots, 3, 4, 5. I've got a single in the next race, the 2, and then 2, 4, 5, 6. It could pay not much, but with a couple of prices, it would pay really well, and the pick 3s have been paying really well.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Yes, so that's what we got. It's 24 for a $2. You want to spend that much, make it $1. That's only 12.
And myself, I'm going after the exactor box, 3 and 5, a $1 one, $2. I'm doing a $10 one for 20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. Ladies and gentlemen, please take note. The track condition will be upgraded to good. The track condition will be upgraded to good. horse on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Mandrew, owned and trained by Dale Zawiesliak. Douglas Battlew will ride. Number 2 is Philly Fatale, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonio Whitehall. Number 3 is Getcha, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Praven Badry. Number 4 is Camps Bay, owned by Sanderson Stables, trained by Bruce Sanderson with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 5, Rail Splitter, owned by Tom Boyko, trained by Carl Anderson with Tim Tarasenko. Post time for race number 1, approximately 3 minutes away.
All right, 4 boys, 1 girl, going 7 furlongs. That's 2 turns here at ASD. Let's start with the outside horse. Will be the favorite. Kind of deserves to be the favorite. Has that backlash. Should get a nice trip. And if it can run back to the races last year for a higher claiming price, puts this horse right in the mix. Needs a bit of a duel up front. If there is a duel and you need a long shot, that would be the 4. The 2 and 3 battle it out. The 4 certainly can run second at 11-1. And who's the most likely to kind of carry the speed? That's the 3. So let's go 5, 4, and 3. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I don't think there is going to be a nose-and-nose battle in here. I think the 2 gets the lead and the 3 plays stalker. And when this horse is a stalker, has run some really big races at Delta Downs, sitting only a couple lengths off it, pouncing and running big. So I think that kind of a ride can get the job done. I do like number 5, Rail Splitter. Solid 5,000, 7,500 type horse here at the Downs, who, if there is a battle, this is the horse to beat. And I do like the 2, Philly Fatale. She could be the one that can try and take it all the way. So I'm going to give you 3, 5, and 2. Good luck here in race number 1.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Mandrew will be the first one into the starting gate. Philly Fatale, the next to step up. Getcha from the middle, ready to go in. Just 2 left to load. Camps Bay. And now just waiting on the even money favorite, Rail Splitter. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling a bit at the start was Philly Fatale, but has recovered nicely and is pointed out to grab the early lead, getting pressure on the outside by Rail Splitter. Getcha sitting back, watching the early action of the two battling 3 lengths behind. Another 3 lengths back to Mandrew, and Camps Bay is the early trailer. The opening quarter a rather quick 24-4, and Philly Fatale and Rail Splitter looking each other in the eye. Getcha starting to reel them in slowly from 2.5 lengths back. Another 4 to Camps Bay, and Mandrew is about a dozen off the lead. A short lead for Rail Splitter. The half, a quick 48-3. Rail Splitter up by a half a length. Getcha making a 3-wide bid to go after the leaders. Philly Fatale still something left and getting closer. Camps Bay far back to Mandrew. They hit the head of the lane. It's Rail Splitter with the lead. Getcha to the outside. These two have separated, but now Getcha goes on by at the 16th pole, and Getcha is going to draw off to victory by 4. Second is going to go to Rail Splitter. Third's going to go to Camps Bay, and fourth to Philly Fatale. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Getcha, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Rail Splitter. Third to number 4, Camps Bay. And fourth to number 2, Philly Fatale. They went the opening quarter 24-4, the half 48-3. 6 furlongs, 114-4. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 1, that's number 3, Getcha. Getcha is a big gelding, 6 years old by astrology, out of the mare Northern Sky by Northern Fleet. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron, and ridden to victory by Praven Badri. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-2. Race 1 is official in the upcoming second race. Number 1, She's Impassable, will run on first time lay 6. Scratch number 3, Rockin' Rocky. Rolling daily doubles. Starting off here in race number 2. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 1, we had a claim to report. Claim for $4,000. was number 5, Rail Splitter, claimed by Keno Martin, trainer Lise Pruitt. And Assiniboia Downs has introduced a new 50-50 draw that will take place each and every race night. The jackpot is currently at $340 and growing. Tickets are 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. Tickets can be purchased at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage, from the 50-50 ticket seller who is walking the facility, or you can just go to 5050.asdowns.com. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. tonight, and proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And please note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2. We have a $5,000 claimer for 3-and-up maidens. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs. Number 1, She's Impassable, will run on first time Lasix. Scratch number 3, Rockin' Rocky. Let's take a quick look back at race number 1. While the race shape didn't actually go the way I thought, but the 3 was in a stalking position where I wanted the horse, and it stalked that duel and just powered on by.
You pick the winner, you cash the ticket. It doesn't matter. As long as you cash the ticket, you're good.
Yeah, no doubt
and that's
about
fine.
it.
And actually, that horse looked like it was the best. A real smart ride to recognize the situation on that. And, still a good race.
All right, on to race number 2, Stretch. What do you have?
All right, let's go to the 2. For me, I do like this horse quite a bit. I liked this horse last time because I thought the horse was improving and it can at least run evenly. Not a huge turn of foot, but going the 2 turns makes this horse even stronger. Yes, the races were better on the turf, but it's got the distance, and it showed that it can run a little bit on the dirt, and that's good enough for this race. They're going the 2 turns is everything that I'm not sure if the others can handle the distance.
Yeah, I agree with you, Stretch. Even that half a furlong really made 3 Rough Shots a better horse last time out, only losing by 3/4, so the extra 2 furlongs I think is absolutely huge. We both also like number 5, Salto Del Lupo. First time out was beaten by a dropper in Shiver, who did have a lot of trouble in its previous race and took the drop, got the job done. But Salto Del Lupo, this horse was in a stalking role and engaged the leaders and ran all the way to the wire, only getting beat by a length. Now gets 2 furlongs more. But Murray Duncan, he's a great conditioner of horses. So if there's a horse to upset the 2, it could be the 5, Salto Del Lupo.
Yeah, I agree with you for sure. Let's go to the 6. You talked a bit about it on ASD Live, and I agree with you. Was in for 75 and showed some speed, and then went in a tough maiden special weight race. Didn't show that much, but still just to be close early and kind of run evenly. All these horses probably would be that many lengths back. I think I agree with you. This horse could go to the lead and try to steal it. And that's how these price horses can come in. 7-2, not a big price, but I think the horse will go a little higher by post time.
Yeah, and also number 1, She's Impassable. tried the boys last time out, went right to the front end, and ended up getting beat in the end by Keystone Cash, who was disqualified that race, but then came back to win its very next start. Does get Lasix for today, first time Lasix. It did not run on Lasix on the June 5th race, as is in the program. Not sure if it's in the form stretch, is it? That it ran on Lasix first time?
It did, yes.
Okay, so delete that.
Oh, okay.
This is first time Lasix. Has speed on the inside, but I think Cuz I Believe is going to show speed also. So we're going to look for a horse that could sit just in behind. And I think 3 Rough Shots is it. What about Antigua Sky? What do you think about this horse? Equipment change.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that about the Lasix because it didn't make sense on the program. So good point. Equipment change on the 4 started in maiden special weight. That's a real good sign. The horse has only had 1 start, so you've got to give this horse another shot for sure. Again, pretty good race. Didn't that horse come back and run a nice race second or so? The maiden.
Wicked Black Bullet came back to run third.
Run third, okay, yeah, ran a nice race and moving up, so that shows a lot. Doesn't show much, but only 1 start. 15 to 1, if you're going to take a long shot, this might be the one.
And we've seen a lot of horses improve greatly off their first start that were considered bad, but that's the first time they get to the gates, besides in the morning and underneath the lights and everything. Let's go to our wagers here in race 2 stretch. What do you have?
I'm going with the straight exactor, $20 exactor, 2.5. I'd be switching this if I knew I was getting 2 to 1 on your horse right now, or our horse right now. So it's a good value, but I'll leave it. $20 exactor, 2.5, whatever denomination you want to go with. A $2 one, 2.5, still pays okay.
And myself, I'm just going straight win, 30 to win on the 2. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2. We'll see you back for race 3. Kick it off, jackpot pick 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 2. They're going to go 7.5 furlongs for $10,000. Number 1 is She's Impassable, owned by Devin Gittins and Ron Wiley, trained by Devin Gittins with Siobhan Bell. Number 2 is 3 Rough Shots, owned by Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3, Rockin' Rocky, was scratched. Number 4 is Antigua Sky, owned by Stella Racing, trained by Stephen Gaskin with Javanil Patterson. Number 5 is Salto del Lupo, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Dwight Lewis. Rounding out the field is number 6, 'Cause I Believe, owned by Dark Cloud Racing, trained by Jamie Hartman with Rashad Knights. Post time for race number 2, approximately 4 minutes away.
All right, 4 boys, 1 girl going 7.5 furlongs, a little bit longer than the last race. Let's go to the 2. Is kind of the co-favorite, going off at 8-5. I think this horse, the extra grounds, make all the difference in the world. Won't be on the lage. Should sit in about 4th or 5th early, and then make one even move to take over like the last race. Just in the right spot to break its maiden. The other one to consider that's had a lot of chances is always right there and could be the upset. That's the 5. And the last one's dropping in class is the 6. So for me, it's 2, 5, and 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I agree with you. I think there's a pace battle between the 1 and 6 in here. So that should bode well for 3 Rough Shots, the 2. This horse has some great races from Canterbury on the turf last year. And the extra added distance now is going to be the key, as you said, and I think this is the horse to beat. Also like number 5, Salto Del Lupo, great debut race, beaten by a dropper in Shiver, and can go a route of ground. And the 6, Cuz I Believe, dropping down from the maiden allowance after running a decent race for 7,500. So I'm also giving you 2, 5, and 6. Good luck here in race number 2.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
She's Impossible, the lone filly in the field. First center the starting gate. The front gates are now open for She's Impossible. Once she is in, the front gates will be closed. She is now in. Next up, the even money favorite. 3 Rough Shod steps up and in. Antigua Sky's turn. Just 2 left to load. Salto del Lopo. And waiting on Cause I Believe to the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the inside, She's Impossible away well. On the far outside, gun to the early lead. That's going to be Cause I Believe. Salto del Lupo taking the inside route and putting on a bit of pressure. Also wanting a piece of the front end. Settled back in third. She's Impossible. 3 Rough Shods to the outside. And 3 more back to Antigua Sky, who is going to be the early trailer. About 7 off the lead. The opening quarter, 25 seconds. Locked in the battle, Salto del Lopo and Cause I Believe. 3 Rough Shods settling back and creeping up 3 wide. Another 6 to She's Impossible, and Antigua Sky is still the trailer. 49 1 the half mile. Salto del Lopo has opened up the lead to 3/4 of a length, but the danger on the outside. 3 Rough Shods in an all-out drive back to third. Cause I Believe they hit the head of the lane. Salto del Lupo spins out of the turn with the advantage by 2. 3/4, 1:15 and 2. On the far outside, 3 Rough Shods. It's these 2 coming to the 16th pole. Salto del Lupo digging in. 3 Rough Shods. Salto del Lupo is going to get it done. 3 Rough Shods in second. Third's going to go to Cause I Believe, and fourth to Antigua Sky. The Stewards opposed to number 5, Salto del Lupo as your race winner. Second goes to number 2, 3 Rough Shots. Third to number 6, Cause I Believe. And fourth to number 4, Antigua Sky. They went the opening quarter, 25 seconds. The half, 49 1. 6 furlongs, 1:15 and 2. 7 furlongs, 1:29 and 1. Time for the 7.5 furlongs. 136-1. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2, that's number 5, Salto del Lupo. Salto del Lupo is a dark bear brown colt, 4 years old, by Protonico, out of the mare Just Fine by Donnerell Court. Owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan, and ridden to victory by Dwight Lewis. Time for the 7.5 furlongs. 136-1. Race 2 is official in the upcoming third race. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. There are no changes. The Jackpot Pick 5 carryover just under $220,000. But we'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's Pick 5. No changes in race 4, 5, or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 4, Dirty Flirt. The ownership should read Roll the Dice Stable, Arneson Farms, and Royce Finley. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering kicks off here in race number 3. Well, be sure to check out the 140 VLTs in our spacious Club West Gaming Lounge. It's located on the second level of the grandstand and open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. And just a reminder that free family fun activities will be featured every Monday in July and August. As well as Monday, September 2nd, those free activities will include bouncy castles, face painting, live entertainment, and all the fun starts at 6:30. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 3. Kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with the $4,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're only going 5.5 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 2. What a stretch battle between 3 rough shots and Salto del Lupo. But in the end, Salto del Lupo dug in and proved best.
Yeah, it was a smart ride. Dwight knew he had to get out there and be close and press and very game horse, you're right, but rode him to the wire and it was an exciting finish.
Yeah, definitely was. Okay, on to race number 3, Stretch. This should be a wild one.
It is a wild one. I think...
I like my horse at 11-1.
No kidding. Let's go to the 6 on the outside at 5-1. It's not 11-1 like yours, but I'll take 5-1.
I bet you will.
This I understand why the horses at 3, the 2 horses at 3-5, but let's talk about why I like the 6. It's had back-to-back races, nice races. Just ran into a couple pretty good horses in there. Belongs at this condition. I think this horse is soon to break this condition, at least win this condition. It's not a second-itis horse because it lost to a couple just slightly better horses. Ride him's going to be tough tomorrow. This horse, just a stalking trip. I think you get the same trip and this time take over.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Even last year, if you go back to the first start, lost to Tis Funny, who was a 5-furlong specialist, and came back and beat Rebounder, who came back to win, and Murdo. So Arcadian Storm, he's probably the logical one to stock all the speed. I went to number 3, You're on the Money. This horse just came up a bit short last time out. Hit the front end with the greatest of ease, opened up by a length and a half, and then got company around the turn, battled to the wire, but inside the 16th pole, got a little tired, but that was the first start of the year. Has a work since, which I really like, on June the 20th. I expect this horse to move forward, and I think can run a big race with big odds attached.
For sure, we know how this horse is going to run, and certainly the track is good. You would I think.
Yeah, it is good right now.
Yeah, it might even get by the end a little bit faster as the grader goes. Let's go over the big favorite. 4-5 right now, 7-5 morning line. One big last time, as Kirt said on ASD Live, didn't beat much. I like the figures. This horse was running when it started a career a little higher level. Could be the speed of the speed. We'll find out. It won't have it as easy on the front end, but when horses win big, yeah, they can get game and just kind of keep winning. I like the horse has 3 wins of 11 starts is always a good sign.
Yeah, no doubt about it, but should get company from the 1 and the 3 in here. The other horse I like is number 4, Terawatt. Don't leave this horse out at 7-1. Last time up, banged it out on the front end and ended up getting tired going that 6-furlong distance. This horse has 4 lifetime wins. 2 of them have come at the distance, has shown an ability to stalk and pounce, and that could really be valuable in this race if the 1, 2, and 3 just all go cutthroat on the front end. Terawatt might be just sitting on the outside and waiting for him to tire and timing it right with a top jock.
Absolutely. I went to the 5, 7-1 third selection. This horse doesn't pass horses that often, but I think just on the class alone could get the right trip. Rashad Knights has just been riding so well. He always seems to get his horses in the right spot. Might do the same in here, stalk and kind of take over if there's an all-out battle. 7-1 is more than fair on the price there.
Yeah, also look at number 1, Shooting Money. Offers speed to the race. First time out against Yola. Yola went to the front, was much the best. Next time out, battled it out again. Arcadian Storm and Rydam got the best of Shooting Money. But last time out was lone speed, and that's what Shooting Money likes, being all alone on the front end. But that is just not going to happen today. I think gets into the duel, so is going to have a tough time winning it in here. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3 stretch. Pick 5 time. All right. How many tickets you got?
Well, I've got a place bet, an easy 30 place on the 6th because
Okay.
of Stalker, and then that'll hopefully pay for the ticket.
All right.
We both got the pick 5 yesterday with the all. We both made money on that, so
Perfect.
let's see if we can keep going.
And that's why I spent so much. I usually don't spend as much as
No, you're a big spender today.
you. You betcha.
20 cent, just pick 5 for me. 2, 5, and 6 with 2, 3, 5, and 6 in the 4th. 3, 7 with a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Finishing it with 1, 2.
Yeah, I could not find a key in here, so I got a lot in every leg. I got 2, 3, 6 with 2, 5, 6 with 3, 5, 6, 7, 1, 3, 7, and rounded out with 1, 2, 7. Spending $62.80. Yeah, that's a big one, Stretch, but I got back a couple hundred last
You had
night
a good
on the
day
pick
yesterday.
5.
Yeah.
And I've hit more pick 5s this year than any other year, probably combined. So let's make that money work for me. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and we'll see you back for race 4. Kick it off, $50,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 3. They're going to go 5.5 furlongs for $10,400. Number 1 is Shootin' Money, owned by Wade Salmon, trained by Alt Nicky with Demario Bino. Number 2 is Victory Line, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Chavi and Chow. Number 3 is You're on the Money, owned by Racing Lake Stable, trained by Lee Delaron with Dane Dawkins. Number 4 is Terawatt, owned by Primetime Stable, trained by Lise Pruitt with Antonio Whitehall. Number 5 is House Limit, owned by Kenneth Lee Gardepy, trained by Tom Gardepy Jr. with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the field is number 6, Orcadian Storm, owned by Andre Ellis, owned and trained, ridden by Neville Stevenson. Post time for race number 3, approximately 5 minutes away.
going 5.5 in a competitive field. That favorite is the 2, but let's go to the outside horse, the 6. I think you're getting good value at 4-1. Should be a stalking trip, has some speed to run at, make that late move. Doesn't have the competition it's had to run against the last 2 times. Runs those races, can be right there. Yes, the 2 horse won big by 7 lengths. Is improving. Tougher class, so watch out. Maybe not the great value. Another value horse would be the 5, House Limit, dropping in class, getting 5-1. Let's go 6, 2, and 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, a competitive race in here. I went to number 3. You're on the money. Had an easy lead last time out, was collared around the turn, and just ended up tiring inside the 16th pole. Gets a work in the middle, has that race under the belt, so I think moves forward in here. I also do like Arcadian Storm. Big race last time out, running that second to ride 'em. And Victory Line, impressive winner, trying to put another one in the books. So I'm going to go 3, 6, and 2. Good luck here in race number 3.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
time. Shooting Money, the first to walk into the starting gate. Next up, the 7-5 favorite, Victory Line. You're on the Money is next. Here comes Terawatt. Just 2 left to load. House Limit. And now just waiting on Orcadian Storm. Orcadian Storm is in. They're at the post. And they're off. On the inside, Victory Line is showing some early speed, but matched by Shootin' Money. And these two, all out to get the lead, have opened up 4 lengths. Settled back in third, Terawatt. You're on the Money, securing the wet rail. 3 wide is House Limit. And 4 wide, Orcadian Storm. 6 lengths front to back. The opening quarter, 23 seconds. And Victory Line with that lead by 3/4 of a length. Shootin' Money all out in second. Rallying from behind. That's going to be Terawatt, House Limit. On the inside, You're on the Money in the trailer. Orcadian Storm, Victory Line with the lead through a half, and 46 and 4 is up by 3. House Limit on the far outside with the best shot. A 16th of a mile to go. Victory Line looking for the wire. House Limit one last try, but Victory Line hangs on. House Limit second best. Very close for third and fourth between Shootin' Money and You're on the Money. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 23 seconds, the half 46 and 4. 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107 and 1. Results of the photo show the winner number 2, Victory Line. Second goes to number 5, House Limit. Third to number 1, Shootin' Money. And fourth to number 3, You're on the Money. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, that's number 2, Victory Line. Victory Line is a dark bay or brown gelding, 4 years old, by Mendelssohn, out of the mare Diamante de Fuego by El Corridor. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron, and ridden to victory by Chavi and Chow. Time for the 5.5 furlongs, 107-1. Congratulations goes out to trainer Lee Delaron, who scores the double. 2 wins for trainer Lee Delaron. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. We'll carry on with the rest of the changes in this evening's pick 4. No changes in race 5 or 6. Turning your programs to race number 7, number 4, Dirty Flirt. The ownership should read Roll the Dice Stable, Arneson Farms, and Royce Finley. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race number 4. They'll go to post in 18 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our VIP Fan of the Night. Congratulations goes out to Eleanor Caswell. That's Eleanor Caswell. Congratulations. You're our VIP Fan of the Night. Please report to guest services on the main floor, South End. And just a reminder to get your 50-50 tickets, the jackpot is currently at $710 and growing. Tickets are 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can get those tickets at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage, or from the 50-50 ticket seller who is walking the facility, or you can just go to 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m. The draw will take place at 10 p.m. Tonight, the proceeds will benefit Final Furlong and the Winners Foundation. And please note that you do not have to be in attendance to claim your prize. Just check our website at asdowns.com for the winning number. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 3, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $4,000 was your race winner, number 2, Victory Line, claimed by Darcy Peterson, trainer Shelley Brown. Also claimed for $4,000 was number 3, You're on the Money, claimed by A2 Thoroughbreds, trainer Michael Nault. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with an allowance race for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-winners at 2 lifetime. They're going to go the 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 3. Well stretched. There was that battle that happened, but only the 1 and 2 were in the battle. But the 2 ended up fending off a late closing house limit, but a great win for Victory Line.
Yeah, the reason there was only 2 is because they only went so fast. The other ones probably couldn't really keep up.
Yeah, so, no doubt about that one.
So, and then a smart ride by Chow, fast as far as he could go and had not much left, but that's what you want at the wire. Five ran a nice race, had to circle the field and ran. Kind of the wide trip probably cost him the race, but another good race. Lots in the pick 5 pool, over 50,000 added, or if it goes, it's well over 250,000 for the one ticket. That we are both still alive. Hopefully, we're not both alive to the same 2 horses in the last. Because
well, it doesn't get any easier from here. There's no doubt about it. Okay, on to race number 4, Stretch. What do you like in here?
Well, interesting betting board. It's kind of what I thought. I didn't think that the outside horse would be the favorite. Julie, let's find the 2. Let's go to happy hour, getting 5-1 on a morning line of 2-1. A little cold on the board, but if you look at that last race, you see 7th beaten 13. That might scare you a little bit. That was a tough field. She's My Niece. The other Jared Brown horse in that race went gate to wire, looked good doing it. 2 back was a nice race, but the key to this one is I don't know if this horse has to be on the lead. The best 2 races she has run was last year. She sat off the pace and made a nice late close to win one, and then run a nice second to a horse that won a lot of races last year.
Even that first race of the year wasn't a bad one behind Zarina and She's My Niece. It was a nice even race in a stalking roll. We know the 4 and 7 have one way of running. That's run and gun, catch me if you can. I went to number 6, Rose of Mooncoin. Rose of Mooncoin. This is a horse that has shown some stalking ability. I really like that race on February 23rd. Sat 4th. Grabbed the lead, ended up tiring, got beat by 3. That kind of race will fit really well in here. Wendy Anderson does well with her Golden Gate horses. She also has a 3, but I think this one's a little better.
For sure. We both have the 5. Let's talk. The 5 broke a step slow as it showed, then rushed up. Was just much the best in that field after a nice tightener. And then if you look back at the races at Woodbine, this horse shows speed and tired, but I don't know if this horse has to have the lead and might just get that dream trip behind the battle between the 4 and the 7.
Well, I backed number 1, Charmingly Wit, last time at 30-1, but not today, even though it's 12-1 on the board. Easily wired the field. but there is so much better speed in here today, and it was not a flashy time for winning that maiden allowance. I'm going to have to tab this one for a race with less speed.
Yeah, for sure. It's certainly an improving horse. Look at the 3-horse. Showed speed last time and tired, but has one coming off the pace at Santa Re, I believe is SR. It's in the fair circuit in California. It came off, runs that. That's on the dirt, so we know the horse can run on the dirt. That's a fair price.
No doubt about it. All right, the other two are speed balls, but let's go to our bets here in race number 4. Pick 4 times stretch. How much? Wow, doubled my ticket.
Yeah, taking a shot. It's worth a shot today. It's
Okay.
2, 3, 5, and 6. Got some prices in there. 3, 5, and 7 with 1, 2, 3, and 4. And finish it off with the 1, 2. Lots of prices in there. Beat a couple of favorites. Get paid dearly.
No doubt about it. I'm going to take 2, 5, 6, and then just the 3, 5, then 1, 2, 3, 7, and I'm also rounding it out with 1 and 2 for $48. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4. We'll see you back for race 5. The horse on the track for race number 4, they're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Charmingly Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Arthur Badu. Number 2 is Happy Hour, owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Blue Eyed Joe, owned by Wendy Anderson and Erna Coney, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 4 is Mary Who, owned by Mike Powers, trained by Lee Delaron with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Sabatis, owned by Brent and Heather Rymack, trained by Brent Rymack with Rashad Knights. Number 6 is Rose of Mooncoin, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Antonia Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, Island High, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Praven Badri. $50,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here. In race number 4, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
The girls kick off the pick 4, going 6 furlongs, all looking for their second win lifetime. Very competitive field. Take a look at the odds board. Hard to guess who's going to be the favorite. Let's go to the 2 at 5-1 right now. A couple solid races in there. She can come off the pace. She's showing speed. Hoping she might come off the pace and take over late. get paid that way. Current favorite, interesting, 9-5. Didn't think this one would be. Good first race, winning maiden, now moving up in class. I think she can handle it. And then the other horse, an Invader from Golden Gate. They can win from here. 2, 5, and 6. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I ended up going to the 6 horse in here, Rosa Mooncoin. I think it's going to stalk the speed of the 4 Mary Who and the 7 Island High and get the best trip in here. So if that does happen, big shot to win it. Do like number 5, Sabatis. This horse ran good first time out. Didn't beat up on much in the first level of maiden allowance, but did it rather easily. And those back races put this horse right here on top. And I'm going to round it out with number 2, Happy Hour. I don't expect speed today, but probably a stalking roll. So I'm going to give you 6, 5, and 2. Good luck here in race number 4.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Time. Charmingly wet, the first 10 to the starting gate. Happy Hour set to go in. Here comes Blue-Eyed Joe. Next up, Mary Who. Sabatis is next. The front gates are open for Sabatis. Now closed. 2 left to load. Rosa Mooncoin. And just waiting on Island High to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. From the middle of the track, Mary Who. Flashing early speed, but charmingly wit. Also has speed today and is going to get the lead rather easily by a length. Mary Who back to second. Island High going to be 3 wide. Happy Hour hugging the rail in fourth. Then it's Sabatis 4 lengths off it in fifth. Rosa Mooncoin, another length back, and 3 more to the trailer. Blue-Eyed Joe, about 8 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-2. And now Mary Who and Island High. They go past Charmingly Wit, and they're looking each other in the eye. Charmingly Wit back to third. Happy Hour and Sabatis gonna try and make a late wide run. The half 46-3. It's still Mary Who on the inside with Island High. Happy Hour is starting to reel them in. Happy Hour absolutely flying on by. 16th of a mile to go. And Happy Hour is going to win by a length and a half. Second best will go to Island High. Third's going to go to Mary Who. And fourth to Sabatis. The Stewart's opposed to number 2, Happy Hour, as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Island High. Third to number 4, Mary Who. And fourth to number 5, Sabatis. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 46-3. 5 furlongs, 59-4. Time for the 6 furlongs, 113-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 4, that's number 2, Happy Hour. Happy Hour is a chestnut filly, 3 years old by Preservationist, out of the mare Wild About Shopping by Wildcat Air. Owned by Railside Stable, trained by Jared Brown, and ridden to victory by Ronald Alley. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13 and 2. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. There are no changes. Post time for race number 5, 17 minutes away. And our second Manitoba Night Market and Festival of the summer will take place on Sunday, July 21st from 3 to 11. 15 food trucks, more than 100 local vendors, a tattoo pop-up, live bands, and fun for the kids. Admission is $7. 5 and under are free. Go to asdowns.com for more information. And be sure to check out our 140 VLTs in our climate-controlled Club West Gaming Lounge, located on the second level of the grandstand and open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. Tonight and every race night, we will be drawing for $500 cash at 11:30 p.m. in the VLT Lounge during Crazy Hour. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have an allowance optional $10,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 4. Wild stretch. We thought happy hour. Today wasn't the day to gun to the lead. Sit back, watch the early action. That's what Ronald Daly did, and a great ride to go on by.
I completely agree with you. I thought it was a really good ride. Recognized the pace battle, sat in the perfect spot. That's how she won last year. Just such a good ride. And the speed carried. Talking off camera, we're starting to lean that speed might be holding a little bit. The 2 was right there, and then the other one's backed up a little bit, where the closers were kind of spinning their wheels a little bit at the back and weren't really making up ground. So it'll be interesting to see how the night plays out. It's getting pretty close to fast. Well, it is fast. Look at that.
Well, they have upgraded it to fast on us, and it's glad you noticed that stretch. On to race number 5. What do you like?
Okay, well, I could almost switch my picks and switch order, or is there a way that Cindy could put 7 and the 3 in the same top location?
Yeah, I don't know about that.
No, probably not. That's okay. Let's start with the 7. I got both of them. We'll go with the 7. Keep it that way. Ran a couple nice races. Rick Wise has been, his horses have been right there.
He's been on fire.
7 of 9 in the money. And showed speed going 7, cuts back in distance. I like that angle. 2 back was a very nice race. If speed backs up a little, this has a shot. Can't get too far away. Doesn't win a lot. Hasn't won in a couple years. Used to win a bunch. In the money, a fair amount at ASD. I think the horse is in the right spot. If runs back to those last 2, should be right there.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I went to number 3, Miss Z. One thing I see a lack of in this race is early speed. So if Miss Z can get a soft early fraction, she could be long gone. She was a solid $10,000 claimer last year before filtering down to $4,000. But what she brought every single time was speed to the races. That was a good race last time out. But Kim's Texas Bling proved to be best. But if the track is playing like the way we think, that's going to carry speed a little bit farther. She might just be alone and gone. And what a nice workout coming in 47-2.
Yeah, good call on that. Let's go to the class. One of the classier ones that is the 5. Only had the 1 start. Didn't show too much, but was in very, very tough.
Against the best on the ground.
Correct. So just a nice tightener, and then off for a little while, but comes in with two nice works that I make that 3 works since the last race. Has a class, can sit pretty close. So that 6-1 is the right price. He'll take that all day long at that price.
And DeMario Bino and Wendy Anderson, they're a hot combination right now. Also, take a look at number 6, Eagle Express. I bet this horse first time out from Lone Star. Lost by only 3/4 of a length to McLean's Bella, who we've seen won 2 in a row now, including the one last night. Ran flat and then went in for 5,000 on 4-lifer. Did get beat by a half a length in there. But this is another horse that can show a little bit of early foot. And it seems like some of these horses from Lone Star and Sam Houston, their first start is the better one. St. Pio, we've seen that, battling on the front, losing in a 3-way photo. So I wouldn't leave this horse out at 5-1.
Yeah, that's a good point. Let's take a look at the 2. Lewis already has a win today, so maybe he can double
on Murray Duncan's
on
horse.
Murray Duncan's. The same combination. Should get the trip. Last time, it's clearly needed the start. So I think second start's going to be that much better and the same kind of angle as the winner in the second. So don't leave that one out, at least in the exactor or try.
And East Coast Cowgirl absolutely demolished a field of non-3-lifers last time out. She's the lone 3-year-old in the field tackling the older. But the way she did win last time out, that was ultra impressive, but hits a very tough field in here today. But off that last one, 7-1 might be a bargain.
For sure. All right. And the
4, reasonably lovely.
Of course. This is a horse of cash tickets on. Sorry about that. This horse cuts back. Close last time. This horse, if the track's playing to speed, will be tough to get to the win. But we saw Ronald Alley get the horse in the right spot in the last race. Certainly can do the same. I wouldn't leave that one out either. That's how tough.
But I'm just waiting for a little bit more ground.
Yes. The horse is talented enough, certainly, to complete the try or the super.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 5 stretch. What do you have?
Easy.
Yeah, same with me.
30 place 7.
And I'm going 50 place on 3.
Match race. Let's make a match race.
Yes,
Here
I
we
like
go.
match
3
races
versus
with
7.
stretch.
Okay, here
Good
we go.
luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. The horses are on the track for race number 5, our VIP Fan of the Night race. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $16,500. Number 1 is East Coast Cowgirl, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Craven Badry. Number 2 is Texas Rain, owned by Murray Duncan and the estate of Gerald B. Stewart, trained by Murray Duncan with Dwight Lewis. Number 3 is Miss Z, owned and trained by Doug Mustard with Tim Tarasenko. Number 4 is Reasonably Lovely, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 5 is Adams Creed, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Number 6 is Eagle Express, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Rounding out the field is number 7, Dixie Mo, owned by Jerry Gowdy and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Our VIP Fan of the Night race. Here in race 5, they'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
All right, talented group of girls going 6 furlongs, kind of wide open again. 7 is the favorite and is my top selection. A couple of nice races, cuts back in distance, should get a good trip. Can't get too far back based on how the track is playing. Runs back to last year, certainly can be there as well. Just hasn't won in a while, so be careful there. Who's the speed? That's the 3. Miss Z, she can fly early, and if she gets loose, she could go gate to wire. Bit of the sleeper here at 5-1, has the class, couple works coming in. Don't leave her out, 5-1, 7-3-5. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I am going to the speed of number 3, Miss Z. Not a lot of speed for her in here, and she will absolutely love that. She is moving up in class from that $5,500 level, but this is where she sat last year and even had the lead early on in the Escape Clause stake to run second a big stretch. I do like number 5, Adams Creed, ran against the best mares on the grounds, wasn't disgraced in there, takes the double drop down to the first level allowance, and Dixie Mo, the most consistent in here. I'm going to give you 3, 5, and 7. Good luck
here in race number 5. It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD. East Coast Cowgirl, the first one in. Texas Rain also in. Miss Z about to step up. And in. Reasonably Lovely's turn. Here comes Adams Creed. Just 2 left to load. Eagle Express. And now just waiting on the 2-1 favorite. That's Dixie Mo. Dixie Mo getting a little extra help from the gate crew. Front gates are now open for Dixie Mo. The starter hopes that helps. She's about halfway in. Great job by the gate crew. Antonio Whitehall now climbs off and he's back aboard. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Stumbling at the start was Miss Z. From the middle, Adams Creed will take advantage and moves forward early. Miss Z has recovered. And now is going to battle Adams Creed for the lead. Eagle Express 3 wide, 4 wide to Dixie Mo. Then it's Texas Rain in between horses. East Coast Cowgirl and Reasonably Lovely, the early trailer, but only 4 off the lead. The opening quarter, 24-1. Now with a slight advantage, Eagle Express in between horses. To the outside, Dixie Mo. She's making her move early. Back on the rail, Adams Creed in third to the far outside. Texas Rain and Reasonably Lovely, 48 seconds a half mile. They hit the head of the lane, and Eagle Express pouring it on now by 3. Dixie Mo trying to dig deep in second on the far outside. Reasonably Lovely, a 16th of a mile to go. Eagle Express trying to hang on to the wire and is going to hang on for the win. Dixie Mo second best. Third's going to go to Reasonably Lovely, and fourth to Texas Rain. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 24-1, the half 48 seconds, 5 furlongs, a minute and 4 fifths. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13-3. Results of the photo show the winner number 6, Eagle Express. Second goes to number 7, Dixie Mo. Third to number 4, Reasonably Lovely. And fourth to number 2, Texas Rain. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner of our VIP Fan of the Night race, that's number 6, Eagle Express. Eagle Express is a bay mare, 5 years old, by Eagle. Out of the mare, My Girl Bess, by More Than Ready. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron, and ridden to victory by Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Time for the 6 furlongs, 1:13.3. Congratulations goes out to trainer Lee Delaron, scoring his first career hat trick. 3 wins for trainer Lee Delaron. Also a special occasion for jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. That is win number 500 in North America. Congratulations on win number 500, jockey Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Well, you better hurry and get your 50-50 tickets. The jackpot currently at $1,250 and growing. Tickets 1 for 10, 10 for 20, 50 for 50, or 200 for $100. You can get those tickets at guest services, the VLT cashier's cage, the 50-50 ticket seller, or at 5050.asdowns.com. Ticket sales will close at 9:50 p.m., so you only have 7 minutes. So get your tickets now. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6 race. There are no changes. Late double, classic high 5 wagering with that carryover of $1,250. They'll go to post in 16 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, turning your programs back to race number 5, we had 2 claims to report. First off, claim for $10,000 was number 2, Texas Rain, claimed by HR Stable trainer Fred Rawson. Also claimed for $10,000 was number 5, Adams Creed, claimed by Rick Wise and Vern Harder, trainer Rick Wise. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have an allowance optional $15,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. They're going to go 6 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 5 stretch. Eagle Express, Lee Delaron getting his first career hat trick. And Ronaldo Cumberbatch, a great ride, getting his 500th win on North American soil. But reasonably lovely, $4.
Yeah, interesting. We'll talk about the winner. Just a reasonable morning line, 15-1. Actually had the most money in the pick 4. Came in. Thanks everybody for the support. $114,000 in the pick 4. Dropped to 28,000. 7,000 was on the reasonably lovely. I think there's about 3,000, 2,000 to 3,000 left. If you had the 6, which you did have the 6, and you still have the 6 in the pick 5.
Yeah.
You made a great point. It was a nice middle move by Ronaldo. Recognized it and made the move and hung on. Nothing at the wire. That's what you want. But you called it. First start off the shelf coming from Lone Star. Well done.
And they've done running well. All right, on to race number 6. Let's try and keep it steamrolling along.
Okay, so let's we expected the 2 to be the favorite. Let's go to the price. I didn't think it would be almost a long shot on the board, but it's been crazy how the betting's been going. Everybody's picking their horses. Let's go to the 1. This horse broke so sharp last time, and then because Stay Happy was Jared Brown's other horse, decided to sit back, kind of rate, make a move, and then got tired late. That's okay. Pretty good field last time. I think this horse can sit close. The rail's not been a bad spot to be. I think I don't think this horse is going to the lead. Do you?
No, I think it's going to be in a stalking role today. But there is a pile of speed. The 2 and the 6, they're going to offer the main speed of the race. So I think he's going to try and do what Happy Hour did.
Yeah, absolutely.
Another horse I like in here, number 3, Replete. Had a rough trip last time out in this same race. Dropped down to the first level allowance, one easy in there, but had to snatch up several times during the race as it was between horses. Horse on the inside, outside, and in front. I think with a smoother trip, Replete could get the job done at a big price.
Yeah, everybody's a big price. I'm gonna talk about the 7. Couldn't be my top selection because just a few too many seconds. If you watched ASD Live, we talked about this was the only it was the only race that the closers came in on that day. So that close was substantial. Just lost, which that's what this horse does at the wire. It likes to finish second. Depending on the track. Now, the 6 came off the pace, made the move early, and got there. Whereas, so we'll see where the positioning is. I don't think he can come from the back today.
And Gallinoak did have a dream trip on the rail as he did set last and then angled out inside the 8th pole. Also take a look at number 6, Run Today, who is running really well these days. Ran second first time out, came back with back-to-back wins. But the last one, it was a match race. And you know what happens in match races? You let a horse get to the front. Guess who runs second? The one that isn't in front. So Run Today, now in the same, or jumps up another level today. This is not going to be an easy task in here, but it's taking some money at 6-1.
Yeah, it's a talented horse there. Let's go to the 2, the favorite as expected. I think it was a real good performance first out at ASD, winning by 9. Conflicting reports with Kirt. He thinks it was a weaker field. I still think I liked how the horse did it. Figures were there. back class at Tampa showing some nice races. I don't know if this is the right distance. I think you've got to include the horse. Has been off a while after such a good performance, so you have to be careful there. Don't like the price.
Yeah, either do I. Also take a look at number 5. He's a doozy. Has 4 lifetime starts, 3 of them wins. But this horse does not like to win by much, but doesn't like to let horses get past them, at least inside the 16th pole. Jumps up a couple of notches here. And we're going to see what He's a Doozy's made out of.
Yeah, and so the last one is, I liked this horse last time because the horse has been winning or running well like we saw the last time. Was very flat last time, comes right back, does have races on there, can perform, that certainly be there. Going off at 5-1, I think that's the right price.
Yeah.
We'll see if it recovers after that last race.
Well, this race is so much easier. All right, let's go to our wagers. Here in race 6 stretch, well, you outplaced best bet me in the last one. What are you going to do?
Well, we've got 40 to place on the one, but I won the last one. If you've ever seen the movie, Let It Ride.
Okay.
70 place on the one.
All right, myself, I'm going to try and get the 2 beat. And I'm going to exactor box 1, 3, and 6 for $6. But I'm taking a $5 one for $30. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6. We'll see you back for race 7. On the track for race number 6. They're going to go 6 furlongs for $18,500. Number 1 is Slew's Back, owned by King Couture and Sharon Newell, trained by Jared Brown with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is Exacting, owned by Drop-In Racing, James Keplin and Parker Wallette, trained by Steve Keplin Jr. with Praven Badry. Number 3 is Replete, owned by Elton Dickey and Wade Salmond, trained by Elton Dickey with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 4 is Fast Traffic, owned by Henry Wood Jr. and Lee Delaron, trained by Lee Delaron with Dario Dalrymple. Number 5 is He's a Doozy, owned by Pink Cloud Racing, trained by Courtney Ross with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Run Today, owned by Murray Clearsky, trained by Will Toronjo with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the field is number 7, Gallant Oak, owned by Bonnie McCrory and Gary Danielson, trained by Gary Danielson with Demario Bino. Rolling Double, classic high five wagering with a carryover of over $1,250. They'll go to post in approximately 4 minutes.
All right, some quality allowance optional claimers in here, going 6 furlongs. The boys. Let's go to the rail horse at 8-1. Expected to get a good price in here. First start over ASD, a nice even effort. I think the horse is going to improve off that effort. Should sit close along the rail and try to make a late run. And if it can do that, you're going to get paid. The outside horse will be sitting at the back and try to make a late close. Can't get too far back. Hopefully the track is allowing them to close. And don't forget about the 2. That's the big favorite. Deserves to be. If runs back to the last one, watch out. But let's go 1, 7, and 2. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Slew's Back. A lot of these horses that do come from Alberta need one trip over the racetrack, and it got it and ran a decent one in there. Draws inside, a good position to be in, and has tactical speed. I also like the 7, Gallon Oak. If there is a meltdown on the front end, Gallon Oak will be flying at him late, and the 3, Replete. A rough trip last time out. Will be a stalker in here, and with a smooth trip, just might be able to get it done. So I'm going to give you 1, 7, and 3. Good luck here in race number 6.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
time.
Slews back will be the first one in. Next up, the even money favorite, Exacting, is in. Next up, Replete. Fast Traffic's turn. Here comes He's a Doozy. Slews back, Fractious in the starting gate. The jockeys are off their mounts in the starting gate. Looks like Slews back will be taken out. We do have a late scratch to report, and this is 6th race. Scratch number 1, Slews back. Once again, a late scratch to report, and this is 6th race. Scratch number 1, Slews back. If you use number 1 Slews back in your pick 3s, pick 4s, or pick 5s, the favorite at post time will be substituted for all your win, play, show, exactor, triactor bets. It will be a complete refund, a late scratch. Here in race number 6 of number 1 Slews back, and with that late scratch, the field will be unloaded. Approximate post time, 3 minutes away. Exacting, 3 to 5 favorite will be the first to reload. Next up, here comes Replete. Fast Traffic set to walk in. Here comes He's a Doozy. Just 2 left to load. Run Today walks up and in. And now just waiting on Gallant Oak. They're all set. They're at the post. He's a Doozy, a little fractious. And they're off. From the outside, Run Today quickly goes out to just try and secure the early lead on the inside. Exacting wants to be up close and now is going to challenge Run Today for the early lead. Replete is going to stalk them in third. 3 lengths behind. Then it's Gallon Oak, another 3. 2 more back to He's a Doozy. And Fast Traffic is the early trailer. The opening quarter, 23-3. The leader, Run Today. On the outside, Replete is starting to gain ground, exacting in between horses. Gallon Oak also starting to show run. The half, 46-2. They hit the head of the lane, and Run Today still with the lead by 3. Exacting is coming and inching closer. Gallon Oak on the far outside, a 16th of a mile to go, and Run Today is going to hang on with the win. Gallon Oak is second best. Third is going to go to Exacting. The Stewart's supposed to number 6, Run Today. As your unofficial winner, second's going to go to number 7, Gallon Oak. Third to number 2, Exacting. A photograph has been called to determine the 4th and 5th positions. They went the opening quarter, 23-3. The half, 46-2. 5 furlongs, 59. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Results of the photo show number 3, Replete, finishing 4th. 5th goes to number 4, Fast Traffic. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 6. That's number 6, Run Today. Run Today is a big gelding, 4 years old, by Run Happy. Out of the mare Artistic Life by Distorted Humor. Owned by Murray Clear Sky, trained by Will Taranjo, and ridden to victory by Rashad Knights. Time for the 6 furlongs, 112-1. Race 6 is official in the upcoming 7th race. Number 4, Dirty Flirt. The ownership should read Roll the Dice Stable, Arneson Farms, and Royce Finley. Classic high five wagering. Here in race number 7, they'll go to post in 16 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, we've drawn our winning 50-50 ticket. The series number is R number 3744235. Congratulations, that jackpot. You're going to get $640. The ticket was purchased on track and you could pick up your winnings at guest services on the main floor, South End. Welcome back down to the paddock for race number 7. We have an allowance race for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-2 lifers. They're going to go 7 furlongs. Quick look back at race number 6. Wild Stretch, that scratch really changed the complexion of the race. And Rashad Knights, wow, this horse just flew out of the gates and made it 3 in a row.
Yeah, very impressive to do, especially at this higher level, running against a pretty good competition. So ran good. Late close by Gallant Oak, gets his 11th second lifetime.
Yikes.
So I'll let you know next time he runs, it will be second. That will be where I...
Well, hopefully it's not in the show parlay because I'm going to end up stopping him in there.
So
as
true.
It'll probably be my pick that race. On to race number 7. Here we go, the nightcap, the get-out race. I was alive in the pick 5, but unfortunately, no more with that scratch. Okay, what do you got
Here we go.
here?
All right, let's go to both of my top selection, co-top selections. I got a couple of those again. See how you
You're
cover
just
all.
going to stack them on top of each other.
Just adjust. There it is, and has won 2 in a row. Can we go back-to-back races of horses that have won 3 in a row? Maybe. Hard to do. She's got 2 wins lifetime because the maiden special weight was in Manitoba bred, so that doesn't count. Won this condition already. Went to the lead. Doesn't have to go to the lead. I think the horse is she is so sharp that she got pulled to the lead. Can't leave her out.
Yeah, no doubt about it. But I think she does get company from the 7 Dynamic Strike. So I like number 1, Midnight Candy Storm. If you watch a replay on this one, was absolutely flying down the lane, ran out of ground. But there was no pace battle with I Am Mila last time out. So if Dynamic Strike doesn't go after I Am Mila, she's probably going to take it gate to wire. But I think that Dynamic Strike will go after her. So that'll set up better for the one to show that big late closing kick.
For sure. And I went to the 6 as my third selection. Rashad Knights has
One win.
One win. Looking for number 2. Was outside early, then moved inside, had the lead, and then just faded late.
That was at the 16th pole, so
Yeah, for sure.
right there.
And get a bit of a weight allowance in here. And I don't pay attention to that, but I did happen to notice as many as 13 pounds on the 2, which is big going the 2 turns. So I think that might be the difference here. Get the right trip and could upset at 11-1 because it shouldn't be 11-1.
No doubt about that. I also like number 7, Dynamic Strike. This horse ran really good in this same condition 2 outs ago sprinting. Mechanic Susie, after winning that race, came back to win a first level allowance impressively. Mary Who, we seen battle it out again today. She's an ultra speedball, and that was only going 5/8 of a mile. Then had to run into the Stakes Company. She's My Niece and Zarina ran a good race in there, and it was a forward running race. So I think this is much easier than that stake. Challenges I Am Mila and definitely has a shot in here, but 9-5, maybe a little short on the odds board.
Yeah, let's go to the 3 horse in here. A good comparison. The 7's at 9-5. The 3's going off at 6-1. I think the 2 turns might be a little bit better for this type of style. For the 3 closing, we'll need a bit of a pace to run at. Only lost to the 7 by about 1.5 lengths after first start over at ASD. I think with a bit of trouble as well, I don't think you can leave this one out if you're playing the Super or the High 5.
Yeah, another horse to look at, number 5, Olive's Candy. Olive's Candy, I thought, might have been the speed against I Am Mila last time out. Drew the inside, started after the lead, but then I Am Mila was just too quick. She went off, and Olive's Candy ran an even race in behind. Maybe just needed that start under the belt. And now should be a little tighter going the 7 furlongs.
For sure. And then the 4 coming from Oakland Park, you always have to respect that. Last time out, not really a great race. It set off a bit slow. I don't think it mattered that much. I did like this 2-back. I watched the replay. Looked like a pretty good ride by Leperoux, who's a good jockey.
He's okay.
Yeah. Exactly. Went through a few horses, as it says. Smart horse and good jockey obviously helps big time. So one of those sleepers that I think the horse needs to improve to win it, but can't leave it out.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 7. Stretch, how are you ending it off?
Well, my plan was to run the parlay on the last 3 races. Got the 2 back. Got my money back on the scratch. So Cindy was doing a great job today, dealing with me. Yeah, we're trying it again, letting it ride on the 1.
All right, and myself, I'm taking the 1 on top with the 2367, 2367. That's $12, but I'm doing a $2 one for 24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 7, and we'll see you back tomorrow, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. The horses are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 7 furlongs for $18,000. Number 1 is Midnight Candy Storm, owned by Dwayne Paulson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 2 is I Am Mila, owned by Back on Track Stables and Larry Falloon, trained by Jennifer Jordan with Javanil Patterson. Number 3 is Midnight Lady, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Lee Delaron with Dario Dalrymple. Number 4 is Dirty Flirt, owned by Roll the Dice Stable, Royce Finley, and Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 5 is Olive's Candy, owned by Jerry Lambert, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is Under Budget, owned by Norm Suderman and Wendy Anderson, trained by Wendy Anderson with Rashad Knights. Rounding out the field is number 7, Dynamic Strike, owned by Bill Meikle and Windancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson with Demario Bino. Classic high 5 wagering here in race 7. They'll go to post in approximately 3 minutes.
close it out going 7 furlongs. Going to go around 2 turns here. Everybody's looking for their second win except the 2 who already has 2 wins. She's won back-to-back races, looked good doing it. Just so game. Dug in last time. I think a repeat effort puts her right back to the winner's circle. Just running so well. Who's a bit of a price? That's the 1 horse. Was a little too far back last time. Big late run. If can sit a little bit closer, watch out. And a 10-1, the horse that ran second in this condition is the 6. Can't leave that one. Let's go 2, 1, and 6. Kirt.
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 1, Midnight Candy Storm, and the 2, I Am Mila. Both different running styles. I Am Mila going to the front. Might get company from the 7, Dynamic Strike. So I like the 1, Midnight Candy Storm, to show that big late run that it showed last time out, and just plain and simply ran out of ground. That rail draw is very important in here for it to show that late kick. I Am Mila gonna try and steal it on the front end, 3 in a row, and Dynamic Strike will like these ones a lot better than last time out when she was in the Chantilly. Ran a really good 3rd behind Mechanic Susie, who came back to win, and Mary who was the speed. So I'm gonna give you 1, 2, and 7. Good luck here in race number 7. Post time! Midnight Candy Storm leads them in for the nightcap. I Am Mila, the current 2-1 co-favorite, goes in. Next up, Midnight Lady. Dirty Flirt from the middle. Walks up. We'll get a little help from the gate crew. And goes in. Next up, Olive's Candy. Just 2 left to load. Under budget. Now waiting on the other co-favorite, that's Dynamic Strike to the outside. The girls are ready, they're at the post. I am Mila, a little fractious. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Under Budget. From the middle, Dirty Flirt. Showing a little bit of early speed. Matched on the inside by I Am Mila. Olive's Candy up close early in third. Hugging the rail, Midnight Lady in between horses, Under Budget. 3 wide, Dynamic Strike. And well back to the early trailer, Midnight Candy Storm, who's going to spot him about a dozen lengths. The opening quarter, 25-1. A short lead for Dirty Flirt. On the outside, Dynamic Strike. On the inside, I Am Mila. Under Budget in between horses, Midnight Lady now starting to rev it up. Then it's back to Olive's Candy and Midnight Candy Storm, who's starting to roll from the back. 49 seconds. Dynamic Strike hits the head of the lane with the 2-length lead. On the outside, Midnight Lady, I Am Mila, trying to keep close, but it's Dynamic Strike. A last chance for Midnight Lady inside the 16th pole. Dynamic Strike, Midnight Lady, these two to the wire. And it looks like Dynamic Strike, but it's still going to be a photo. Another photo for show between Dirty Flirt and Under Budget. The stewards have requested a photograph to determine the winning horse. They went the opening quarter 25-1, the half 49 seconds. 6 furlongs, 114-3. Time for the 7 furlongs, 128-2. Results of the photo show the winner number 7, Dynamic Strike. Second goes to number 3, Midnight Lady. Third to number 6, Under Budget. Fourth to number 4, Dirty Flirt. And fifth to number 2, I Am Mila. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 7, that's number 7, Dynamic Strike. Dynamic Strike is a dark Bear Brown filly, 3 years old, by Danish Dyna Farmer, out of the mare Morning Strike by Smart Strike. Owned by Bill Meikle and Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Wendy Anderson, and ridden to victory by Demario Bino. Time for the 7 furlongs, 1:28-2. Well, now it's time to head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level, where our free $500 cash draw will take place at 11:30 in the VLT lounge, as well as beer, shots, and wine, just $5 and 25% off all appetizers. And remember, racing resumes tomorrow at 7:30. We'll see you then.